Here in Newquay again. I lost the IFE actually. I never got it in the first place actually. Yeah.
Warnings from the Met Office that you can see, this highest level of alert, the red warning, only a handful released every year. And it is for the southwest of England, just to the bottom of your screen there. It is the Cornwall and South Devon area that you can see that's affected by this. They're expecting damage to buildings and homes. Roofs potentially blown off, power lines could be brought down, flying debris resulting in a danger to life. And that is from 4 o'clock to 11 o'clock today. Let's bring you some of the cameras from around those parts of the world. This is Newquay on the north coast of Cornwall, part of the region now under that red warning. The wind there yet to hit, but the waves are looking all right there at the moment. Some brave surfers out there. Well, let's bring in our West of England correspondent, Dan Whitehead, who's in Cornwall in South East Wales. Dan, good to speak to you. What are you fearing there? Is it the snow or is it the wind or is it a bit of both?
It's a little bit of both, I'd say, at the minute. Storm Gerretti probably just starting to touch the western and southwestern parts of the United Kingdom. Freezing rain here at the foot of the Brecons, but it is that red warning at the minute that all eyes are on in Cornwall. As you say, winds expected of up to 100 miles an hour. And what's unusual about that is it's not just coastal areas. The Met Office putting that red warning across pretty much the whole county. I was just looking at the maps a couple of seconds ago, seeing that, you know, the likes of Truro in the middle of Cornwall covered by that red warning. So a real danger to life for Cornwall when it comes to winds. Now, when we're looking at snow, you've got to move away from the far southwest and look at Wales and the Midlands for those amber warnings. And we are in the heart of the amber warning for Wales, in the southeast of Wales here. That really kicks in from 8 o'clock tonight, but the yellow weather warning for snow kicks in from 5 o'clock. So what we're seeing now is the wind starting to pick up. That freezing rain will turn, if the predictions are right, to snow as the evening goes on, and there is already disruption, I can tell you, here in Wales. If you look at the boards on a lot of the trains, they're basically saying do not travel from 3 o'clock, expect a lot of cancellations in place and reduced services, and that is happening, as I say, from 3 o'clock. Essential journeys only, no do not travel warning being issued by many of the train companies here in Wales. We know that the gritters have been in and out on the roads, up and down the valleys, reloading at the depots every 90 minutes, we are told, to try and keep at least some of those A roads open. But it will be those more rural valley communities that could potentially be cut off. And then further north, the amber warning really stretches nearly to the north of Wales and then east into the Midlands in England. A warning as well this afternoon from the Welsh Ambulance Service: stock up on essential medications. That's the message officially from the Welsh Ambulance Service, and only call 999, of course, in a genuine emergency. Many ambulances may well struggle as the weather worsens into the evening to reach people, but they are saying, look, if you do have a genuine emergency, always call 999. Schools have been closed as well. Many schools across Wales closing earlier, around lunchtime, right from south to North Wales. So we can expect to see many dozens of school closures across Wales tomorrow. But this is really just the start of it. Just starting to come in now. It is simply raining, but it is absolutely freezing, and we can sort of get a sense that that rain is going to freeze, going to turn into sleet and snow, and a big focus as well on the southwest of England. That red warning in place in Cornwall until 11 p.m. tonight.
Dan, thanks very much. Does look pretty miserable where Dan is, doesn't it? Beautiful, though, in the background. The Independent Office for Police Conduct
and get some kit for the 5 o'clock live with... Can you let them know I'm going to come down off the live because I'm going to go and get some kit for the 5 o'clock live because I'm quite a long way from the car. Can you hear me? Can you let them know I'm going to come down off the live shot, because I need to go and get some kit for the 5 o'clock live, and I'm away from the car, so I need to go back to the car, okay? Alright, cheers.
Hello, good afternoon. Thanks for joining us. The Met Office has issued a rare red danger to life warning for wind for the Isles of Scilly and Cornwall ahead of Storm Goretti hitting the UK this evening. The red warning means parts of the southwest can expect damage to buildings, power lines being brought down and flying debris. Emergency phone alerts have already been sent to the people on the Isles of Scilly, while Cornwall residents will receive a message at about 5 o'clock. The Met Office has described the storm as a multi-hazard event with heavy rain, strong winds and snow expected. Amber weather warnings have also been issued across the Midlands, where as much as 30 centimetres of snow could fall in some parts. Yellow weather warnings are in place across much of Scotland and other parts of the UK. Well, let's take a look at the weather across parts of the UK as they brace for the impact of Storm Gerretti. This is Penzance Harbour in West Cornwall, part of the region now under that red weather warning. All's pretty calm there so far. Falmouth Pier in South Cornwall, a bit greyer there, also under that red warning. It doesn't look like the waves are particularly being whipped up yet, but it's thought winds could reach as much as 100 miles per hour in some places. And this is Cardigan Bay on the Welsh coast, which is under a yellow weather warning for both rain and snow. Well, earlier I spoke to Sky meteorologist Joe Robinson.
This is a rare warning and people need to take it seriously that there is dangerous conditions on the way with these strong winds. Confidence has improved in the last few hours that we will see gusts of 80 to 100 miles per hour across Cornwall, the Isles of Scilly, and there's also dangerous gusts across the Channel Islands as well. So awful conditions, that's what we're going to see first, those strong winds. That's why the warning has been upgraded. It was an amber before, now it is a red across Cornwall. But there's still strong winds across the southwest of the UK, and that's what we've got to deal with first before, as the system moves in, we see the heavy rain and then an increasing risk of snow as well. But I think the concern really is in the southwest with that weather warning being upgraded to a red. It is rare. The Met Office don't issue red warnings lightly, so it is to advise the public to take all the precautions that they can with these strong winds on the way.
Yeah, Alex was saying batten down the hatches, essentially, if you are in Cornwall, and also a really direct warning to people not to go near the coast. Exactly that, yes. It will be especially dangerous at the coast, and that's where we're going to see the strongest winds, those 80 to 100 miles per hour gusts. That's where we'll see them, exposed coasts and hills. So those areas will see the strongest winds, and that's where it can bring dangerous conditions. So yes, exactly, to keep away from those areas and keep safe while the storm's moving through. It will affect the area, you know, those strong winds. The warning is out for several hours. So, you know, several hours that people need to take precautions before the winds will eventually ease, but they will slowly ease through the overnight period. So still pretty gusty tomorrow morning as well. But we have got those strong winds, but we probably should talk about the storm as a whole and everything else that's going on. It is a multiple hazard event. We are seeing some heavy rain mixed in and some heavy snow as well. So there are various warnings across southern parts of the UK for heavy rain, and where that heavy rain turns to snow, we've got some snow warnings as well, and we've got that amber warning affecting Wales, parts of central and northern England as well, where we could see up to 30 centimetres of snow. So there's lots going on with this storm. It's worth keeping an eye on the forecast. As we've seen, the warnings are being updated regularly as models bring in more data and we're able to assess the information. So it's worth keeping an eye on the forecast over the next few hours. Cornwall in southeast Wales.
Storm Goretti probably just starting to touch the western and southwestern parts of the United Kingdom. Freezing rain here at the foot of the Brecons, but it is that red warning at the minute that all eyes are on in Cornwall. As you say, winds expected of up to 100 miles an hour. And what's unusual about that is it's not just coastal areas. The Met Office putting that red warning across pretty much the whole county. I was just looking at the maps a couple of seconds ago, seeing that, you know, the likes of Truro in the middle of Cornwall covered by that red warning. So a real danger to life for Cornwall when it comes to winds. Now, when we're looking at snow, you've got to move away from the far southwest and look at Wales and the Midlands for those amber warnings. And we are in the heart of the amber warning for Wales, in the southeast of Wales here. That really kicks in from 8 o'clock tonight, but the yellow weather warning for snow kicks in from 5 o'clock. So what we're seeing now is the wind starting to pick up. That freezing rain will turn, if the predictions are right, to snow as the evening goes on, and there is already disruption, I can tell you, here in Wales. If you look at the boards on a lot of the trains, they're basically saying do not travel from 3 o'clock, expect a lot of cancellations in place and reduced services, and that is happening, as I say, from 3 o'clock. Essential journeys only, no do not travel warning being issued by many of the train companies here in Wales. We know that the gritters have been in and out on the roads, up and down the valleys, reloading at the depots every 90 minutes, we are told, to try and keep at least some of those A roads open. But it will be those more rural valley communities that could potentially be cut off. And then further north, the amber warning really stretches nearly to the north of Wales and then east into the Midlands in England. A warning as well this afternoon from the Welsh Ambulance Service: stock up on essential medications. That's the message officially from the Welsh Ambulance Service, and only call 999, of course, in a genuine emergency. Many ambulances may well struggle as the weather worsens into the evening to reach people, but they are saying, look, if you do have a genuine emergency, always call 999. Schools have been closed as well. Many schools across Wales closing earlier, around lunchtime, right from south to north Wales. So we can expect to see many dozens of school closures across Wales tomorrow. But this is really just the start of it. Just starting to come in now. It is simply raining, but it is absolutely freezing, and we can sort of get a sense that that rain is going to freeze, going to turn into sleet and snow, and a big focus as well on the southwest of England. That red warning in place in Cornwall until 11 p.m. tonight.
Well, let's just show you the latest that we have from Cornwall. This is a webcam in Newquay. It does look like it is pretty grey there. You can see the waves whipping up against the shore. Hard to tell quite how windy it is, but it's certainly a cold one. And the Met Office is urging people not to go to the coast. From 5 o'clock tonight, they're saying stay away from these coastal areas because the winds will be really, really treacherous, feared as high as 100 miles an hour potentially, and that's going to be continuing until 11 o'clock tonight. Well, preparations are being made right across the country this afternoon. Joining me from Sheffield is our North of England correspondent, Charlotte Leeming. Charlotte, you're bracing for snow where you are.
Yeah, that's right. Communities here expecting some snowfall according to the forecast. Been looking at the radar, so Sheffield involved, also the wider rural communities, the Peak District, the Hope Valley, all those places expecting some snowfall, especially on the higher ground. And here at the gritting depot, they've been extremely busy sending out the lorries and making sure that the main roads are clear. They've even got a mini gritter for the city centre, some new technology which they have said has helped them in pedestrianised areas and pavements to try and help people, you know, who are getting from A to B. We had yesterday, didn't we, that black ice and lots of slips and trips and really putting pressure on hospitals as well. There's 150 tonnes of grit going to be out across this region tonight. They're hopeful, you know, they've done all they can, but of course there's always those rural communities, the minor roads, the A roads that can become very quickly covered in snow. The matrix signs on the motorways all saying be careful, severe weather expected later, and also trouble on transport with trains and buses really susceptible to cancellation, so you really need to check before you travel. But later tonight it's going to be essential journeys only. We spoke to Sheffield Council earlier on. Councillor Joe Otten. This is what he had to say about the situation.
We had a massive problem with black ice yesterday because over the night previously there was freezing rain, and even though we'd been out 3 times with the gritters, the freezing rain washes the grit away and then it freezes, and so we had lots of people slipping over. We had the minor injuries unit had to close down because they were overwhelmed and were sending people to A&E, and so yeah, it was awful. But that's then the rubs, aren't they? You know, you can put the grit down, you're dependent on the conditions for it to really work.
And I think really the problem and the worries here with this weather system coming in is, just the different elements of it, isn't there? Snow, we're expecting some rain and wind as well, and then the ice too, this weather bomb which can come in so suddenly. So preparation advised to, just not travel unless you need to, if you can work from home. And we don't know if schools will be closed tomorrow, but certainly the authorities, the councils, very geared up for it, not only with the grittering, but just keeping an eye on the weather forecast and people to be prepared with supplies and medication so they don't need to make those unnecessary journeys. But that warning coming in at 8 o'clock tonight. The council certainly keeping people gritted, but do try and stay safe and don't go out unless you need to.
Indeed, Charlotte, thanks very much. An excellent selection of hats on show there from Sheffield. Now, Sky News expects the government to make a U-turn on its decision to raise business rates for pubs. It's understood that while help will be given to the pub industry, other parts of the hospitality sector will not be included. The British Beer and Pub Association has described the move as a huge win. While the Education Secretary, Bridget Phillipson, said that the government is listening to the concerns of businesses.
We, of course, are continuing to speak to retail and hospitality sector about the concerns that they have. They're a vital part of our economy. We know the difference that they make in all of our towns and cities. But at the budget, we did put in place an extra £4 billion of support to ease that transition because of the end of the kind of COVID era protections. But we'll continue to listen. Of course we will. And I know that ministers across government are making sure those conversations are happening.
In the last hour, the Conservative leader, Kemi Badenoch, has been talking about the potential U-turn on the increase in business rates for pubs.
Over Christmas, Labour MPs were banned from every single pub they tried to get into. They've come back and realised that nobody likes them, so now they're pushing for a U-turn. We told them this when Rachel Reeves put out that budget. I told her on that day that she was not doing right by pubs. We have a much better plan, and that is to slash business rates for all of the high street, not just pubs, because what they're doing, if they do it, won't be enough. All of the high street, if your rates are less than £110,000, Conservatives will scrap your business rates.
Rob Powell joins us now. What's behind this government change of heart?
I think it was felt that the campaign to try and get a change of course on
I'm going to zip that up a bit more, so that you're going to place it a bit higher.
Okay, zip it up. Keep going, keep going.
Right there?
Yeah.
Is that alright? Yeah?
You can zip your jacket up if you want.
Yeah. So, is the plan to use my phone and AirPods as the comms?
Yeah, yeah, because otherwise we're just going to get blown away if that's okay.
Okay.
I've got IFB at the moment.
Okay. I'm wondering, is it best to, unless you can, but is it best to use your phone just in case an Irish phone for some reason doesn't go off and we miss it?
I'm using that for IFB at the moment.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
Okay. I presume foreign phones then will pick it up because it'll be a shame to miss it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just get them to phone in for it. If you phone knock.
Yeah.
Do you want me to phone knock for?
No. I can, yeah, just to establish the comms.
The comms,
but I'm just thinking my line will need to be up at 5, and then you film. I suppose I can lock the phone, should clear the screen or something.
I don't know where it's going to come up. Is it just going to flash on the screen?
Yeah, the whole screen I think goes.
Cool.
I suppose I better wipe the picture of me and my child off.
So this is where I've got you standing.
Okay.
Just about here.
Yeah.
I'm kind of using this building as cover.
Yeah, for the camera.
Don't step back.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you're just going to use the pag light, is it?
Otherwise the lights are going to blow.
Go everywhere. Fuck's sake.
The UK is being hit with what's called a weather bomb. That could be as dangerous as it sounds. The Met Office has issued a red warning, which means there is a danger to life. Cornwall is expected to be worst hit, and alerts are being sent to people's phones there right now. But across the country, people can expect high winds, driving rain, snow and ice. Well, our correspondent Stephen Murphy is in Newquay in Cornwall. Stephen, a red weather warning. Tell us what the situation is like there.
That warning has been in effect here in Western Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly for just over an hour now. And when we arrived here, the warning kicked in at 4 o'clock. Many people in the town here, the surfers' paradise of Newquay, thought that the worst had yet to come. This is going to be in effect here, this danger, this threat to life warning, until 11 o'clock this evening. So we're still at a pretty relatively early stage, and certainly at 4 o'clock, people, for example, in the shops and the hotel near where we are here at the moment, felt the worst was very much yet to come. I can tell you in the last 15, 20 minutes or so, it is definitely picking up quite considerably here as we overlook the beach here at Newquay. There is no doubt this is quite a rare occurrence. The people here at the town of Newquay told me they couldn't actually remember the last time there was a red alert of this sort here in this part of England. So people here have a certain apprehension about what these conditions will bring. Obviously, the advice from everybody, including Cornwall Council, is quite clear that there will be damage from these gusts of between 80 to 100 miles per hour expected in exposed areas like this near the coastline here in western parts of Cornwall. So the residents have been warned. That alert just went out to everybody's phones here. Thousands of residents receiving that blaring alert to their phones just about a minute ago, and it contains certain information. But generally speaking, the advice is to try and stay safe by staying home. And certainly coming down to this part of Cornwall a bit earlier, there was already a huge amount of standing water on many of the roads, many cars aquaplaning, many minor fender benders already on the roads. There's been localised flooding, and the trains here in Cornwall will stop running in 1 hour's time, and we've been told there is no substitute road transport because of those safety concerns. So there's going to be a lot of disruption for people trying to get home if they have not already made those alternative arrangements. And as I said, the red alert warning here, very rare in this part of England, is in place, in effect, for another good few hours yet, until 11 o'clock tonight.
Stephen Murphy with the latest there from Newquay in Cornwall. Stephen, for the moment, thank you. And here are the latest warnings from the Met Office. You can see there that red weather warning for southwest England, especially for very strong wind. Then amber warnings for Wales, Yorkshire and Humber, the East Midlands and the West Midlands. Again, Wales, strong wind especially. And then the Orkney and Shetland, London and southeast England and the east of England there with yellow weather warnings. You can see that there is some snow, Yorkshire and Humber and Orkney and Shetland. The rest, rain and very strong wind in places. Well, our West of England correspondent Dan Whitehead is in Crickhowell in southeast Wales, where an amber warning for snow is in place. What's it looking like where you are?
Yeah, well, here in Crickhowell at the foot of the Brecons, the sleet and the snow has just arrived. We've been getting reports that it's starting to move across the valleys, across South Wales. That snow is starting to settle. It's been very wet over the last couple of hours. There was, of course, a warning, a yellow warning in place for rain from the Met Office, primarily over Pembrokeshire and the western tip of Wales, but that has clearly spread slightly eastwards through mid and east South Wales, and it's made the ground very, very wet. But the rain is really starting to freeze now. It's become very sleety indeed. Now, the warning, the amber warning for this snow being upgraded from yellow to amber, that kicks in at 8 o'clock tonight, not only here in Crickhowell, right up for most of Wales, and then going east through the Midlands all the way up to Nottingham, and that is in place from 8 o'clock right through till tomorrow morning. So the worst of the snow, we are expecting these areas really later on this evening, 11 o'clock, midnight, looking at the forecast. That's what we can expect, perhaps the worst of it. But there really has been a significant impact so far. Looking at the transport network, certainly here in Wales, there were many train cancellations from 3 o'clock. There were notices advising passengers simply don't travel. They're now saying that just check before you travel, but there has been dozens of cancellations and a severe reduction in rail services. And on the roads, we're already seeing road closures on main roads. The Heads of the Valley road here in South Wales, we've seen snow settling there, at least one lane being closed. We were chatting to the guys at the gritting depot in Merthyr Tydfil earlier. They're heading back and forth every 90 minutes to fill up the lorries there and ensure that certainly the main roads at least are kept passable. Of course, here in Wales, the higher you go into the middle of the Wales and the further north you go, it is going to become more treacherous as the evening goes on. School closures, many schools closing earlier this afternoon at around lunchtime, where we can expect those closures to continue tomorrow as well. But while we've got the red warning down for wind in the southwest of England, it's here in Wales and across the Midlands and up to Nottingham and the East Midlands, it is where we're going to see that amber warning for snow kicking in from 8 o'clock and the worst of it coming right in the middle of the night.
Dan Whitehead in Crickhowell in southeast Wales for the moment. Dan, thank you. And joining me now is Alex Deakin, a presenter at the Met Office, joining us from Exeter, which is, of course, in the path of the storm. So we've seen these red weather warnings for southeast England. How rare is it? Southwest, rather.
Yeah, southwest, and Cornwall in particular, and the Isles of Scilly, where I am in Devon, it's a yellow warning for the wind. So, yeah, red warnings are pretty rare, you know, 1, maybe 2 a year, that kind of thing. So, yes, it's unusual, and these winds really are dangerous winds. You know, we're talking 80, 90, perhaps 100-mile-an-hour winds in exposed places. The Isles of Scilly have already had a gust of wind of 67 miles an hour. That's likely to ramp up in the next few hours. Those kind of winds are likely to cause structural damage, so bring down tiles, other structures that aren't secure could easily come loose. So flying debris, bringing down trees, that may well affect power lines, so bringing power issues also. Red warning means there's a danger to life. Please don't be tempted to go out across where the red warning is in place, and certainly don't want to be going anywhere near the seas, because another issue is very large waves. People can easily get hit by a wave in this kind of scenario. So stay away from the coast. The best advice is just to stay at home. Stay at home and hunker down, particularly in that red warning area over Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly. These are dangerous gusts of wind, and as I say, very unusual indeed. In the extremes for this part of the world, many of the sites in Cornwall are pretty exposed, so you know it is a windy place, and this time of year often we get these storms coming in. But this is, you know, potentially exceptional. That the highest wind gust we've recorded across much of Cornwall is in that 80 to 90 mile an hour bracket, and we're looking at those kind of winds in the next few hours, perhaps as much as 100 miles an hour. So these are rare winds, as I say, likely to cause damage.
So very extreme weather there in the southwest of England, but amber warnings and yellow warnings across the country. Tell us a little bit about the areas that will be worst hit by the amber warnings and by snow.
Yeah, the snow is a little bit different. We're talking a broader area, perhaps affecting larger populations with this amber warning area, but it's probably, you know, not as dangerous as the winds. That's why we've got red for the winds. The amber is likely to cause disruption. And just because you're in the amber warning area does not guarantee you're going to wake up to 10, 15 centimetres of snow in the morning. Far from it. Snow is a very fickle thing. It's very hard to pin down the full details of that snow. Areas in the amber warning area are going to see 10 to 15 centimetres, and we could see, you know, double that over hills, but not everywhere. It's going to be more patchy in nature, whereas that red wind warning is a smaller area, and we're very confident we're going to see damaging gusts of wind. The amber snow warning, that is going to be a slightly different feature. So if you wake up tomorrow morning, you haven't got snow, don't assume that all around you hasn't got snow. It could easily be that 5 miles away, you do have large amounts of snow. So just plan your journeys tomorrow and really think if you have to make those journeys tomorrow morning in particular as well. But just because you haven't got snow doesn't mean that far away there could be some snow. And we are expecting disruption from that snow. As I said, even at low levels, 5 to 10 centimetres of snow possible in the amber warning areas, but as much as 20, and perhaps over the hills in Wales in particular, maybe a little bit more than that. Likely to cause some problems. Again, the weight of snow affecting power lines, so power issues possible. And as we know, those kind of amounts of snow likely to cause significant blockages on the transport network as well.
Alex Deakin from the Met Office. Alex, thank you so much for giving us an overview of the situation across the country. Thank you. Well, let's take a look now at the weather across the UK as it braces for the impact of Storm Goretti. Well, this map shows the current wind speeds across the country ahead of the storm that forecasters are describing as a weather bomb. So these are the scenes from Portleven Harbour on the south coast of West Cornwall, part of the region now under that red weather warning we were telling you about. I think you can see there some of the waves hitting. And this is a live view of the golf course at Cape Cornwall on the west coast. A period of exceptionally strong northeasterly winds is expected to arrive in the region a little later today.
And good evening from the Colombia-Venezuela border. More from here shortly. But first, I want to go straight to the United States because in the last few moments, the US Senate has passed a resolution to stop Donald Trump taking further military action against Venezuela without seeking permission from Congress. So let's go to our US correspondent, David Blevins, who is at the White House. David, tell us more about this resolution and the significance of it.
Yes, Mark, I'm at the White House where Vice President J.D. Vance is expected to join Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt in the press room in just over an hour's time. Perhaps they will have more to say about what has happened on Capitol Hill, but it is significant from the point of view that it causes some embarrassment for President Trump that 5 Republicans have crossed the floor to vote with Democrats to advance this war powers resolution, the final vote being 52 to 47. What they're attempting to do is to curtail the president's power in terms of further military action in Venezuela or elsewhere, some of them accusing him of operating illegally in terms of the military.
So we've set up a virtual command centre to work through the night as the storm progresses. Obviously, we're working with all our partner organisations across Cornwall, and we're monitoring the situation closely and making sure that residents have all the information they need. We've prepared by making sure schools closed early, so staff and children could get back home safely. Highways have checked all our storm drains to ensure we can prevent any possible flooding that could happen.
And you're speaking to us from Bodmin. How is the situation there now? And do you get the sense that people are taking your warnings seriously?
Yeah, I think so. A red warning is the most serious you can have, and we don't have them often. I think as the day has gone on and more reports have gone out about how serious this situation could potentially be, people are taking it seriously. At the minute now here in Bodmin, we've got a lot of rain and a lot of wind, but it's not as bad as it possibly could be. But we're preparing for the worst, hoping for the best, making sure that everyone stays home, stays safe, and just rides this one out until the storm's over.
I mean, of course, the advice is to avoid all kind of travelling, all journeys, unless absolutely essential. Which areas are you advising are the most dangerous? I'm assuming that the coasts, obviously, because of the wind, would be some of the most dangerous places to be.
Yeah, absolutely. We're advising everyone to stay at home. The red warning covers most of Cornwall now. So if you're in that part, just stay at home. Even if you're in the southeast where it's just a yellow warning, I would still advise staying at home. Absolutely stay away from the coast. The wind is going to cause some large waves, potential flooding. We don't want anyone out there putting themselves at risk or causing unnecessary risk for volunteers and rescue services.
I mean, of course, the worst of the storm hasn't hit yet, as you were mentioning. But how do you expect that services might be affected, and how are they affected now?
So nothing's affected now. I mean, obviously, trains are stopping at 6 o'clock, so there'll be no train services this evening. We just have to monitor the situation and keep an eye on it. And hopefully, we expect, as you would in a storm of this magnitude, trees to come down and things like that to happen. But we're keeping our eye on that to make sure that if there is an incident, if there's any sort of flooding, anything like that, that we can react to it as quickly as possible.
Lee Frost, leader of Cornwall Council. Sir, thank you so much for speaking to us, particularly at a time which I know is very busy for you. Thank you. And now for a check on the weather.
I hope
Good evening. The UK is being hit with what's called a weather bomb. That could be as dangerous as it sounds. The Met Office has issued a red warning, which means that there is a danger to life. Cornwall is expected to be worst hit, and alerts are being sent to people's phones right now. But across the country, people can expect high winds, driving rain, snow and ice. Well, let's cross to our correspondent, Tom Parmenter, who is in Buxton in Derbyshire. Tom, what's it like where you are?
Well, for the past half hour or so here in Buxton, we've had the snow starting to fall. This is the northern part of those amber weather warnings for snow that is going to be in place from now right the way through the night. They're expecting very heavy snowfall in some places, particularly higher ground. Up to 30 centimetres of snow is the warning for here in the Peak District, and also further into the Midlands and parts of Wales too. And down in Cornwall, warnings around very, very severe winds that are battering the coast of Cornwall, the Isles of Scilly, and causing a lot of issues for people living there. Very clear warnings have gone out through people's mobile phones. The government alert system has been active, warning people that that strong wind is a real problem in the far southwest. But further north here in Derbyshire, the picture is one of, yes, it's winter, but this is, the forecasters say, going to be a particularly severe wintry episode over the next 24 hours, and they know that that will cause problems, so that they have already been closing some of the routes across the higher parts of the Peak District. Several routes already closed tonight. The train line between Manchester and Sheffield that goes through the Hope Valley, that has also had to stop the train services because they know that the snow is going to be fairly severe. We also know, I was speaking earlier to a team of 4x4 owners who volunteer to get out and help people who are in difficult positions, maybe getting stranded in cars on more remote roads in Derbyshire. They are all prepped, ready to hit the roads tonight as support for the emergency services, but also perhaps for healthcare workers who need to get to vulnerable people wherever they are. So people are being warned to take care, to check in on elderly and vulnerable people that they know in their communities, and also not to take any risks, because the warnings are very clear that this is an amber warning. It will be disruptive in many ways for people, and the forecasters are anticipating, as I say, up to 30 centimetres of snow in some higher parts of the Midlands and some parts of Wales too.
Tom Parmenter with the latest in Buxton, Derbyshire. Tom, for the moment, thank you. And joining me now is Sky News meteorologist Steph Golter. Steph, good to see you. We were just hearing there about amber warnings in Derbyshire. Of course, red weather warnings for the southwest, for Cornwall. How rare is that? And just give us an overview of the impact that the storm could have there.
So a red weather warning is relatively rare. The last time we had one was January 2025, so it was a whole year ago. And this is for a different area. So for each area of the country, it is very rare to see a red warning. And we really do have to pay attention to them. With winds gusting up to 100 miles an hour, that is absolutely no joke. So we just need to take a lot of care and make sure we're hunkered down for this storm. Now, the reason this storm has been so powerful is because it's under the jet stream, and jet stream particularly is powerful at the moment. And what goes on the ground is determined by what's happening in the upper atmosphere. So the jet stream's really strong. This storm has run under it and has just exploded. We were talking there about a weather bomb. That's known as cyclogenesis, and it is huge at the moment. So to be a weather bomb, it has to drop by 24 millibars in 24 hours. This one is expected to drop by 30 millibars in just 18 hours. So that gives you an idea of just how explosive this storm is.
Do we know when we're expecting the worst of it?
So it's still deepening at the moment, and the area of low pressure is running along the south coast. We're expecting it to be at its deepest at around about midnight, and then it will start to ease. But it won't ease immediately. So it will run across the south coast and continue its journey eastwards, even as we head through tomorrow. So tomorrow we'll gradually see the snow and the rain on the back edge of that storm work its way eastwards. And it probably won't clear the east coast until evening time. So it is going to stick around for quite some time.
And so, Steph, we've got the red weather warning to the southwest and then a lot of amber warnings, which, as well as wind, should carry some snow as well.
That's right. For many of us within that amber warning, there could be 10 to 15 centimetres of snow. But for some of us, there could be 20 to 30. And for parts of England and Wales, that's just a lot of snow that we're not used to seeing. So that's why it's really sensible to pay attention to these amber warnings. And of course, the wind won't help as well, because although the strongest of the winds will be in the southwest, they'll also be pretty strong elsewhere as the rain and the snow work their way across us. So there could be a lot of drifting snow as well.
Steph Coulter, Sky News meteorologist. Steph, thank you. And now let's get the latest from our correspondent, Stephen Murphy, who was reporting from Newquay in Cornwall and has the latest.
It is definitely picking up quite considerably here as we overlook the beach here at Newquay. There is no doubt this is quite a rare occurrence. The people here at the town of Newquay told me they couldn't actually remember the last time there was a red alert of this sort here in this part of England. So people here have a certain apprehension about what these conditions will bring. Obviously, the advice from everybody, including Cornwall Council, is quite clear that there will be damage from these gusts. Gusts of between 80 to 100 miles per hour expected in exposed areas like this near the coastline here in western parts of Cornwall. So the residents have been warned. That alert just went out to everybody's phones here. Thousands of residents receiving that blaring alert to their phones just about a minute ago, and it contains certain information. But generally speaking, the advice is to try and stay safe by staying home. And certainly coming down to this part of Cornwall a bit earlier, there was already a huge amount of standing water on many of the roads, many cars aquaplaning, many minor fender benders already on the roads. There's been localised flooding, and the trains here in Cornwall will stop running in 1 hour's time, and we've been told there is no substitute road transport because of those safety concerns. So there's going to be a lot of disruption for people trying to get home if they have not already made those alternative arrangements. And as I said, the red alert warning here, very rare in this part of England, is in place, in effect, for another good few hours yet, until 11 o'clock tonight.
Latest from Cornwall there. Well, let's take a look now at the weather across the UK as it braces for the impact of Storm Goretti. Well, the map shows the current wind speeds across the country ahead of the storm that forecasters are describing as a weather bomb. And these are the scenes from Porthleven Harbour on the south coast of West Cornwall, part of the region now under that red weather warning.
And good evening from the Colombia-Venezuela border. I just want to
Country for winds, rain, snow and ice, including an unusual red weather warning for a danger to life. Let's bring in Stephen Murphy. Stephen, it's pretty horrific where you are in Newquay.
Yeah, red alert, threat to life alert essentially has been in place here in western parts of Cornwall since 4 o'clock this afternoon. For the first couple of hours, it was almost, a false dawn. Talking to people here, there were still people going for a surf. There were still people walking their dogs on the beach here in Newquay. All of that has completely changed over the last hour, hour and a half. The storm is really battering Cornwall now at this stage. We believe there are almost 30,000 people now without power. 30,000 residences across Cornwall. The gusts here at the moment, I just checked 1 moment ago, here in Newquay, are now reaching 90 miles per hour. On the Isle of Scilly, it has gotten up to 99 miles per hour, which is a record. We still have 3 hours left of this red warning. And of course, it will be much more into the early hours of tomorrow morning, really, before the full damage assessment can be carried out, because at the moment it's just too dangerous for many of the authorities to respond in terms of trees and power lines coming down. But there's a lot of power cuts, localised flooding, roads are being shut down, all the train services are suspended, and Cornwall Council advising really if people can stay at home at all tonight as this storm continues to work its way through. Another 3 hours, as I say, just over 3 hours, in fact, of a red warning left here in this region, and it is being absolutely battered at the moment.
It's getting battered, and so are you, Stephen. Stay safe. We'll be back with you a little later on as that weather bomb essentially moves its way through Cornwall and indeed affects other parts of the UK as well. You can get more on the Sky News website or the Sky News app with details of those weather warnings. OK, you're watching
It's 8 o'clock. This is the UK Tonight. Coming up, red alert. Storm Gerretti arrives in the UK, bringing with it a danger to life. Emergency alerts have been sent in Cornwall and the Scilly Isles after the Met Office issued a rare red warning with wind gusts of up to 100 miles per hour. Elsewhere, it's snow that's set to cause disruption. There's an amber alert in place for most of Wales right through until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. That alert extends into the Midlands and as far north as West Yorkshire, with people there warned to expect travel delays and rural communities potentially cut off. There are yellow warnings for ice, snow and wind across huge areas tonight. We'll be live in the worst affected areas as Britain battens down the hatches. Also tonight, serial rapists among thousands of Met police officers and staff who weren't properly vetted before getting the job. A damning review finds senior officers abandoned normal vetting standards because of pressure to recruit new officers. One of those who slipped through the net was David Carrick, one of the UK's worst sex offenders. Plus, tonight I'll speak to Michelin-starred chef and pub owner Tom Kerridge amid another government U-turn with a planned increase to pub business rates set to be watered down. And as the Ashes series ends, the inquest begins. I'll ask former England batsman Mark Ramprakash what needs to change and whether heads should roll. Well, that's come and much more on the UK Tonight. Good evening. Now, people in Cornwall have been urged to avoid travelling tonight amid a red danger to life warning in Storm Goretti. Violent wind gusts of up to 100 miles per hour are forecast for the county. A gust of 99 miles per hour has been recorded in the Scilly Isles. And the National Grid says 25,000 properties in the southwest are without power tonight. Heavy snowfall is expected tonight as well. There's an amber warning for snow in Wales and the Midlands. Storm Goretti, named by French forecasters, has been described as a multi-hazard event with as much as a foot of snow possible in parts of the UK. Well, these are the warnings that are in place tonight. The full list there, that red warning for wind in the southwest, that's the main cause of alarm for the emergency services there. That warning is in place, we understand, until 11 o'clock tonight. The amber warning for snow that brings with it the risk of transport disruption and power cuts. That's in place for most of Wales, the Midlands, and extends right up to West Yorkshire. That is in place until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Elsewhere, yellow warnings for wind, snow, rain or ice across huge parts of the UK tonight, and they will last right through to lunchtime tomorrow in some areas. Well, tonight we are in some of the areas expected to be worst hit by this storm. Stephen Murphy is in Cornwall for us tonight. Our West of England correspondent Dan Whitehead is in the Brecon Beacons, and our national correspondent Tom Parminter is in Derbyshire. Stephen, I'll come to you first. We can barely see you. It's so dark and blustery there. You can just about hear us, I understand. Talk to me about what's expected where you are.
Well, we're into the fourth hour now of this red threat to life warning here in Cornwall, mostly the western parts of Cornwall and the Isle of Scilly as well. And for the first hour or two, people here were fairly sanguine about it. We saw people surfing. We saw people walking their dogs on the beach here in Newquay. But they knew what was coming. They knew it would develop as the late afternoon and early evening kicked in. And then over the last hour, you can probably just get a sense of it here, just outside the town of Newquay. It is being absolutely battered now by this storm. The gusts here where we're standing have reached 90 miles per hour in the last few moments. A bit further south in areas like Penzance, it's even worse. They're very close to gusts of 100 miles per hour. And the Isle of Scilly recorded a gust of 99 miles per hour. So what does all of that mean, apart from the obvious dangers of falling trees and flying debris? We know at the moment, we think the figure at the moment is over 30,000 residences here in this part of the southwest are currently without power. That will not be the end of it. I mean, we have got several more hours of this red level warning before it slowly decreases into the early hours. Most of that damage assessment simply can't be done at the moment because it's not safe enough for the crews to travel in many parts of Cornwall at the moment. They're doing the best they can. We've seen police closing off roads. There are road closures. There are a huge amount of standing water on the roads that are open, fallen trees, and obviously that brings down the power lines as well. So huge gusts of wind, really damaging gusts of wind, and as you would expect then, tens and tens of thousands of people here in Cornwall tonight without any power, particularly as you push down further south and west, as I said, towards areas like Penzance. They're really suffering there at the moment. And as I said, there are still several more hours of this to come. So there's a great deal of trepidation here to see what damage that this will bring. And again, authorities like Cornwall Council, again, urging people, and I think most people here in Newquay really now, it's like a ghost town at the moment. Most people are abiding by that message, and I think trying to ride out the storm indoors, which of course is the sensible thing to do.
Yeah, Stephen, you and the team go and take shelter for now. Grim conditions there. Weather bomb in Cornwall, just as dangerous as it sounds. Let's bring in Tom Parmenter, who's in the Midlands for us. And the Midlands, that amber warning there, Tom, we can see it snowing. More of it on the way.
Yeah, this started around 5:30 this evening here in Buxton in northern Derbyshire. And it's an evening for the heated gloves already deployed tonight, Sarah Jane, because it has dipped the temperature and the snow has become more persistent over the course of the last couple of hours. And I'm told there are heavy snowflakes falling on Birmingham, Solihull, Wolverhampton, Dudley, throughout the Black Country. And it is slowly turning white, the Midlands, and also parts of Wales as well. Those amber warnings have been in place for a couple of days now, and they are materialising. We're told that it could be up to 30 centimetres that fall in some parts of the Peak District. The higher, more remote parts, chances that communities could get cut off. So already a number of roads have been closed to try and preempt that, to stop motorists getting stranded in those remote spots and then needing people to go out, put themselves in danger to go and try and rescue them. If we take a look around in the middle of Buxton here tonight, you can see people just trying to get home, trying to get through the roads that are now starting to see this snow stick to them, and the warnings are very clear. Please don't go out if you don't have to travel, and take care if you do, take supplies in your vehicle. But yeah, it is getting cold. It's expected to carry on all night here in Derbyshire and other parts of central England, and we are very likely to wake up to snowball and snowman weather and challenging conditions for everyone else who still has to get about.
Tom, thank you. Tom, our national correspondent there, keeping across the happenings in the Midlands for us. Let's head to the Brecon Beacons. And Dan, similar conditions there. Dan, I was speaking to some Welsh skiers earlier in the week, taking advantage of the snowfall there. But I would imagine as Storm Gerretti arrives, the advice is similar to that being given out in the Midlands to stay at home.
Yeah, that's absolutely the advice. That amber warning that Tom was mentioning for snow kicked in at 8 o'clock, and that goes right through till tomorrow morning. We had the snow starting at around 5 o'clock in the valley areas, and the roads there came to an absolute gridlock. There's been train cancellations, lots of travel disruption. We're just outside Crickhowell near Abergavenny, and we are with the Longtown Mountain Rescue Team. They have been deployed by the police this evening because people have been making those dangerous journeys. Let's have a talk to the team's head, Mark Ashton from Longtown Mountain Rescue. Mark, thanks for chatting to us. I know you guys are busy this evening. Tell us what happened, because the police gave you a call, didn't they?
Yeah, so we were called just before 5 p.m. To a report of multiple vehicles that had just become stuck on the mountain in the freak snowstorm that has come in part of the amber weather warning. So we deployed a team of about 20, 2 4x4 vehicles in a joint operation with Brecon Mountain Rescue Team to essentially recover lots of people that were stuck in their vehicles back to the safety of the village here.
How dangerous it is? We've been up there in our Defender and seen that the snow is definitely settling on higher ground. It's the ice and the slush. It's very dangerous. There's a few cars abandoned up there.
It is, yeah. Many cars abandoned up there. I think it came as a freak change in weather from rain to snow. That definitely caught a lot of people out on that particular high mountain road.
As I was mentioning, that amber weather warning for snow has just kicked in. That goes throughout the night. You were saying that really you're looking at a second wave coming in around midnight.
Yeah, I think kind of we're in a lull at the moment here, down in the village here. I think in a couple of hours this will be turning into a lot of snow here. So in the morning, it could be some treacherous conditions around, even at low level.
you guys get called out by the police. I mean, you're not here, and you're all volunteers as well.
Yeah, correct.
You get called by the police when there is a problem. It's not just here as an advisory measure. Are you expecting further call-outs?
I think exactly, very much. Yeah, we are not sat waiting. We're all volunteers, have our own lives, and yeah, we get called as and when needed to help. So, we're returning now, and we'll be ready to go again in the next few minutes if we're called out again.
And lastly, look, there's a road closure sign just behind where we're stood here. Yet we're still seeing small vehicles making the attempt to go up on the mountain road. Your advice to motorists
is only travel if unnecessary. It's an amber weather warning. Please only travel if absolutely necessary.
OK, Mark Ashton, thanks very much for speaking to us. You can see, I think you just saw inside the incident room here for the mountain rescue team. They've got their maps. They're monitoring the situation here. They have a huge team of around 50 volunteers who are basically on standby at any one time to respond if the police call. As I say, we went up on the mountain road around half an hour or so ago. Quite thick snow up there. A few cars have been abandoned. But the heaviest of the snow in this area and north of the valleys in South Wales is due to hit around midnight, so we expect to wake up to more problems tomorrow.
OK, Dan, thank you. Dan Whitehead there in the Brecon Beacons monitoring events for us as Storm Gerretti hits the UK. Let's speak now to Sky News meteorologist Steph Goulter. Steph, just bringing our viewers a taste of what's happening in some of the areas expected to be worst affected by the storm here in the UK. But the truth of the matter is, if you look at the map of the UK, there are very few parts of it that aren't going to be touched in some way, shape or form by Goretti.
Yes, with England and Wales, of course, the worst hit from this storm. The centre of the low pressure is actually running along the south coast, but that's where some of the least rain is at the moment, because the centre of the low, that's where there's actually just a few showers. That's why here in Winchester, I'm not faring too badly. But there's this huge circle around that centre of low pressure where there's that heavy rain. And that then slammed into the cold air that's been across us since the beginning of the year. It kind of came with the 1st of January, and it's still with us. And then it started to turn to snow due to the interaction. So at first it was rain in the southwest and South Wales, and then gradually over the higher ground we started to see some snow, and now even at lower levels we're seeing some snow. And by the time this all moves away, many places could see 10 to 15 centimetres of snow, but some places up to 30 centimetres, and that's a lot for England and Wales, especially to get all in one go.
That's an incredible figure, 30 centimetres. Talk to me about the peak of the storm, when that's expected to hit, and also when it's expected to have passed, because obviously some of these warnings are in effect until tomorrow morning, some until the afternoon.
Yeah, so at the moment it's Devon and Cornwall that has the worst of the winds, and we have now seen a wind that's gusted 99 miles an hour, and it had a sustained wind of 61 miles an hour. So that is incredibly strong on the Isles of Scilly at the moment. Now, the low pressure is still deepening, and as it runs along the south coast, it will get increasingly deep until around midnight. And that's the worst of it. And then it will start to ease again. But it's very gradual. It's very, very strong at the moment. So the amount that it's deepening, it is a weather bomb. It is explosive cyclogenesis as it runs across the south coast. Now, what's going to happen to the rain, because it's swirling around that area of low pressure, is it's going to still be with us even first thing tomorrow, still giving snow because it's still interacting with that cold air, and it won't leave the east coast until evening time tomorrow. So there's a long time that we've got to deal with this storm yet.
Steph, thank you so much. Steph Goulter there in Winchester for us, putting us in the picture for the whole of the UK. Thank you so much. That's Steph Goulter there, our meteorologist. Let's now head to East Cornwall. Jim Galliani is the deputy team leader from East Cornwall Search and Rescue. Jim, how busy are you anticipating being tonight?
Our volunteers are always on standby for emergency calls. Today we've had some preparations with the police and other emergency services, ensuring that we're ready for a call should it come in.
Yeah, what do those preparations look like?
So we've got a wide range of skill set within the team. So that's everything from 4x4 capability and advanced medical capabilities through to swift water rescue technicians. So our role here really is to make sure that all of our volunteers are prepped and ready to go, that the vehicle's kept in a state of readiness, and that we just maintain that dialogue with the emergency services that we can deploy as quickly as we possibly can.
Yeah, Jim, talk to me about exactly where you are and what the conditions are like, because we were just talking to our meteorologist there. Gusts of winds of up to 100 miles per hour expected tonight. One's been recorded at 99. So really, really treacherous conditions where you are.
Yeah, that's right. I'm in Bodmin, which is in East Cornwall, which is slightly further inland. So we're not seeing the obviously the big coastal surges, etc. here, but I've been speaking with colleagues throughout the evening, and we've been kept abreast of quite how bad it is. It appears to be quite a slow-moving storm as it progresses up through the county, and now in Bodmin, we're now really feeling the weather here as it hits this area.
Yeah, the advice, as expected, when a rare red alert is issued, is for people to stay at home, basically. But we know that some people can't. They have to make journeys. So talk to me about the kind of incidents you may well find yourself responding to this evening and into tomorrow. Yeah, so I think we always find, Cornwall's no stranger to storms. People regularly go out and enjoy storm watching and weather watching. I think what's important today is this is not the day for it. Today's the day to, get in front of the TV, put the fire on and have a nice cup of hot chocolate. It's we don't want to be sending our volunteers out into the middle of the night helping people unless we can really, really avoid it. So really it is essential journeys only. Please listen to the messages on the news and on the official websites, and just don't go out unnecessarily. Avoid it if you possibly can. Yeah, storm watching. Basically, you don't want to be responding to stupidity over the course of the next 24 hours. But as I said, there are some people who, even if they do stay at home, may be affected by power cuts, if they're vulnerable, if there is a medical emergency, because, medical emergencies happen regardless of what the weather's like. How do you spring into action then? Because presumably it's just as difficult for your teams to get around as it would be other people. Yes, it is, yeah. So we ensure that our team members are already aware of the general picture as to what's happening. All of our team members are entirely volunteers. We haven't got a single paid team member on the team at all. We're relying entirely on public donations. So we speak regularly with the emergency services. Obviously, we're anticipating some traffic issues getting to and from the rescue centre. So trees down. I'm already hearing reports of power lines arcing, flooded roads, etc. We have cancelled our team training session tonight. As a rescue team, only we're making essential journeys as well. So, it's just really important that everyone heeds the advice. Obviously, with our team, we're really happy to support the police and ambulance service with those difficult to reach areas and those slightly trickier jobs. But yeah, we're hoping we don't get called out this evening, that's for sure. Yeah, as you said, Cornwall used to storms and extreme weather. It's just, geographically where you're located, you're used to that. And with wind, rain and snow comes, you mentioned it there, flooding. What kind of incidents have you responded to in the past in these kind of extreme weather events? What happens? So, over the years, the team's had a long history of responding to flooding events. That has included flash floods. So we were at the Boscastle floods back in 2004. And then that will include perhaps events we can anticipate, so where we know we've got heavy rainflow. We know that there's high tide as well, and sometimes you get those combination of events happening at the same time and you get those areas being flooded. So the team's well versed and well practiced at responding to those incidents, where we'll help the local communities. We might evacuate properties before they become flooded, so that we're helping the most vulnerable in our communities. But likewise, it could be a lot more dynamic incidents. It could be vehicles stuck in floodwater. So yeah, the team is well versed, along with the other teams up and down the country as well. I think we're all anticipating it's going to be a busy 24 hours with the heavy snowfall as well. So mountain rescue teams, certainly throughout England and Wales, we're really anticipating a busy night. Yeah, you can be very reactionary as part of the job. Of course, when the call comes in, you go to wherever you're needed. But in terms of when you talk there about evacuating local properties, presumably parts of your area that are particularly vulnerable to flooding, for example. Are there already plans in place alongside the police for certain areas? Yes, there certainly are. So
really the planning goes on throughout the year. So whilst people might only see the effort on that one particular evening where everything's happening and you're getting that blue light response, actually the planning for that event has gone on for, you know, weeks, months, years in anticipation, using historic data, flood risk maps, and really detailed plans where we can identify the most vulnerable people out there and make sure that they get the help, and also protecting critical infrastructure as well. You know, there are a number of properties obviously experiencing power supply issues, mobile phone outages. During a flooding event, we would potentially help with assisting to protect that vital infrastructure as well.
Yeah, of course. We're already hearing about power outages in some areas of the country as a result of this extreme weather. Jim Gallion, Deputy Team Leader at East Cornwall Search and Rescue, thank you so much for your time tonight. I hope you're not too busy, but I hope that you and your team stay safe. I know you'll be doing good work when and if you get the call. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Still to come here on the UK Tonight, we'll continue to follow the progress of Storm Goretti, but we'll also be talking about this potential government U-turn on its business rates hike, but only for pubs. We'll bring you the detail and reaction. And I'll be speaking to a survivor of sexual harassment at the hands of a police officer. This is as a review reveals the shocking scale of offending amongst officers who were not properly vetted.
What's the best thing about being a Sky News presenter?
We've done the work and the reading, so you don't have to.
Being a Sky News presenter.
Hello and welcome. Westminster, the heart of British politics.
I'm so sorry about what happened to you.
So what on earth is going on?
It's not true.
Can I tell you what I think? It's really unusual. Mornings with Rich and Frost. Let's crack on. Let's get started.
Sky News understands that the government is preparing to make a U-turn on its decision to raise business rates for pubs. However, while help will be given to the pub industry, other parts of the hospitality sector will not be included in this U-turn. Well, one person likely to be pleased by this news, Tom Kerridge, who's been very vocal on this issue and joins me now. Tom, really good to see you. How are you doing?
Very well, thank you. Very well. Yeah, pleased to hear that there is a government rethink, but partially for hospitality.
West, we understand, are without power tonight. That information coming from the National Grid. And there is currently an amber warning of snow for Wales and the Midlands. Goretti has been described as a multi-hazard event by the Met Office, with as much as a foot of snow possible in some areas. Well, let's head back to a couple of our correspondents braving this weather for us. Stephen Murphy is battling the elements quite literally in Newquay, Cornwall, and Tom Parminter in Buxton in Derbyshire, where the snow has picked up since we last spoke. I'm going to go to Stephen first. Stephen, I'm not sure if you can hear me. The weather is so bad there, but just talk to me about what stage the storm is at in Cornwall at the moment.
Well, it's not getting any better anyway, I can tell you that much. At the moment, the gusts are just over 80 miles per hour where we are. We're here at the surfers' paradise of Newquay, a beautiful part of the world, but being absolutely hammered by Storm Gerretti currently. This level of storm has been in place since about 4 o'clock, but it didn't really get going into the storm that we're experiencing here now until sometime after 5:30. That's when we started really taking it. If you just look on social media, some of the people around Cornwall, I mean, some of the stories and the images being put up are pretty scary. And this is a part of the world not really accustomed to this. We kept hearing again and again here, people didn't really recall the last time there was a red level Met Office warning for Cornwall, but it's certainly getting the brunt of this storm so far. And there's still another 2.5 hours left of the red warning, and that doesn't mean, of course, that then suddenly, the storm is magically switched off. So people are battening down the hatches quite literally here. I haven't seen anyone out here other than probably journalists for quite some time now. I think you mentioned about 25,000. That figure is already out of date. It's incredible watching the National Grid outage statistics. They just creep up minute by minute. Every time you refresh that page, it's more and more. As of about 5 or 10 minutes ago, it was standing at 42,000 residences in the county of Cornwall alone. Cornwall by far the worst affected so far. As I said, that is with another 2.5 hours of this sort of wind yet to come. So we don't actually have a full picture yet of the full damage assessment. I know we probably won't until tomorrow morning when the crews can really get out and get around Cornwall, which, as you know, is a beautiful part of the world, not the easiest county to traverse possibly. We're hearing a bit further southwest of where we are now in areas like Penzance, the gusts are even higher, very close to 100 miles per hour gusts being recorded. There was a gust of 99 in St. Mary's on the Isle of Scilly. So these are the sort of gusts that everybody here was warned about. The Met Office did say this was going to be damaging and people needed to take action to avoid the consequences of these incredibly damaging gusts of wind. As of about 20 minutes ago, I haven't been given any reports of any injuries, luckily, anywhere in Cornwall. Nothing like that reaching us, but certainly a lot of roads are out of action. Trees are down all over Cornwall, and there's no public transport running. So presumably a lot of people are just hunkering down and waiting for the storm to pass through, and that may contribute to the fact that we luckily have not so far, despite this really awful, challenging conditions. We haven't heard of any accidents or mishaps, and obviously everybody here hopes that that will continue as this storm continues to work through the southwest. As I said, still 2.5 hours of this level of storm to come here in Cornwall.
OK, Stephen and crew, stay safe. Thank you. In the middle of that weather bomb, just as dangerous as it sounds in Cornwall. Let's head to the Midlands. Derbyshire, Tom Parminter is there in very snowy conditions. It's got worse throughout the course of this programme, Tom. What are we looking at?
Yeah, we've had about 3 hours now of snow falling in this part of the Peak District, and it is something that we've been warned about for a day or two now. The Met Office have been very clear in their warnings. Often they are brushed aside by locals in this part of Derbyshire where they are quite used to this kind of snow during the winter. But the forecasters are saying that it could be 20 to 30 centimetres in some places on higher ground. Buxton is a town that always gets snow because it is quite high up. We're about 300 metres, 1,000 feet above sea level. So they are quite used to this kind of snow in this part of the world, but it is across the Midlands at the moment that it is coming down. Very heavy snowflakes, I'm told, in parts of the West Midlands, Birmingham, Solihull, Wolverhampton, and that is, of course, going to have a knock-on effect. It's going to carry on through the night, this snow, and you can probably see the way the wind is just whipping it up. It will drift in places, which will make driving very difficult throughout the night. The advice is that if you don't have to go out, then don't. And they are already in this part of Derbyshire closing quite a few of the high roads that go between the towns in this part of the East Midlands, and it is really a precautionary measure because emergency crews don't want to have to go and rescue people who become stranded in really difficult places and then putting rescue workers' safety in jeopardy too. So a difficult night ahead. The warnings have been around for some time. The forecasters are often damned if they do and damned if they don't, but the forecast has been very clear. Orange, amber warnings, and that means very significant snow. And it is the kind of snow, I can tell you, that you can create a decent snowball from, because it's that kind of snow that sticks together. The temperatures have dropped. There will be a lot more snowballs, a lot more snowmen tomorrow. A lot of schools looking at this tonight thinking, can we really open tomorrow?
Glad you threw that snowball to one side rather than at us, Tom. And that's quite impressive, actually, because I know you've got heated gloves on, so that's how cold it is. That snowball stayed in one piece throughout our entire conversation. Tom Parmenter, thank you very much indeed. As I said, we'll continue to follow the progress of Storm Goretti here on Sky News throughout the course of the evening. Now, a damning review out today has found that serial rapists were among thousands of police officers who weren't properly vetted before they got their jobs. Senior officers at the Metropolitan Police abandoned national vetting standards because of pressure to find new recruits. And among those who slipped through the net, David Carrick, one of the UK's worst sex offenders. Responding to this review, the Met says it has taken action, with around 1,500 officers sacked since Mark Rowley became Commissioner back in 2022. Well, I'm joined now to discuss this review by women's safety campaigner Christina O'Connor, who herself is a survivor of sexual harassment by a serving police officer. Christina, really good of you to join us tonight on what must have been difficult reading for you today. What did you make of the review?
9 miles per hour. Meteorologists are calling it a weather bomb, and a rare danger to life warning is in place. Across the country, we can expect driving rain, snow and ice, and it's causing major disruption to travel, with roads blocked by fallen trees, large parts of the rail network shut down and flights suspended from Birmingham Airport. Well, Stephen Murphy's in Cornwall, where people have been sent alerts on their phones advising them to stay indoors. Tom Parmenter is in a snowy Derbyshire, and we'll get the scientific explanation for all of this from our meteorologist, Steph Golter. But Stephen, first of all, Stephen, very severe where you are. A threat to life, a danger to life warning is in place.
It's been absolutely relentless today. This red warning came into effect here in Cornwall at 4 p.m. It was slow to start. Many people here in this surfer's paradise told us they were surprised at 4 to 5 p.m. it hadn't really gathered any momentum. That all changed shortly afterwards as we got gusts here near Newquay of around 90 miles per hour. A little further south near Penzance, they got up to almost 100 miles per hour, 99 miles per hour. Gusts of winds were recorded on the Isles of Scilly as well. I mean, I wish we could show you what the ocean looks like behind us here. It is white foam as far as the eye can see. Everybody here seems to be abiding by the urging of the emergency services and Cornwall Council to try and stay indoors. It's pretty much a deserted ghost town. Huge amounts of power cuts. Currently almost 50,000 people here in Cornwall are without power. People putting up videos online of flashes. It looks like lightning, but it's actually electricity substations blowing out. A huge number of trees down across the county, and that brings down power lines with it as well, of course. And that figure, 50,000, that will certainly increase as a damage assessment is carried out into the early hours as well. So far, no reports of any injuries have reached us, and the authorities here in Cornwall will be hoping that their message has got through. Effectively, they were urging people here after they got those blaring siren alerts on their phones today to stay safe, seek shelter indoors, and really not move around if they could avoid it. The intensity of the storm really hasn't dropped very much, and there's still 1 more hour of this red level warning, and then of course it doesn't immediately dissipate. It will take a number of hours into tomorrow morning before the storm finally abates. But at the moment, the southwest really getting a hammering, and has been for many hours.
Stephen, seek some shelter. You've got a job there trying to stand up straight. Let's speak to Tom Parmenter now, who's in Derbyshire. And what's the situation like where you are? We can see the snow falling behind you.
Yeah, it's been coming down for about 4 hours now here in North Derbyshire, and it is pretty relentless, and the wind is picking up. It's getting colder, and that is inevitably going to lead to drifting across the hills and problems on the roads already. A lot of roads in this part of Derbyshire have purposely been closed, preempting any problems. They don't want people getting out stuck in remote places and then rescue teams having to go out and get them in these kinds of conditions. We're being warned that there could be 30 centimetres of snow in places as the wind drifts this snow in the higher ground of the Midlands and also in parts of Wales as well. And it is the expansive area covered by this amber warning that makes it quite exceptional. I think millions of people will be waking up in the morning from Lincolnshire all the way across to mid-Wales with a whiteout when they open the curtains in the morning, and it will be very difficult getting to school, getting to work, getting to wherever you need to get to. But this is a part of the Midlands here in Buxton where they are quite used to this kind of snow, but even so they are preparing. They've got 4x4 teams, volunteers ready to get out and help people where they need to. And we've seen at Birmingham Airport, they've had to suspend runway operations, no flights in or out. And that is just because of the weight of the snow coming down in the West Midlands also right now. It is going to continue throughout the night, creating problems across that whole central belt of the United Kingdom. And it is a taste really of what they've had in Aberdeenshire much more severely earlier in the week. Now it is England and Wales' turn.
Tom, I see the power on your heated gloves is still going. I hope you've got a few more hours left in them.
We have.
Well, joining me now is Sky News meteorologist Steph Golter. And Steph, tell us about this weather bomb that we've been hearing so much about. What exactly is happening?
So a weather bomb is another name for explosive cyclogenesis. It means that a low pressure is deepening really quickly. So to be classed as a weather bomb, you have to reduce pressure by 24 millibars in 24 hours. And this one is expected to reduce by 30 millibars in just 18 hours. So even for a weather bomb, this is quite a powerful and fast developing system. The actual low pressure itself is running along the south coast, but the strongest winds are just to the south of the area of low pressure. So for the Channel Islands and the northern parts of France, that's where we're most likely to see the strongest of the winds. But of course, we've already seen some incredibly strong winds in Devon and Cornwall. As we heard, they've been gusting as high as 99 miles an hour. And now those strong winds are just going to graze the south coast as that storm continues to deepen as it runs its way eastwards.
Steph, thank you so much for taking us through all of that. We're not through the storm as yet. Much more still to come. Weather warnings in place, as Steph was saying there. US Vice President J.D. Vance has defended an immigration officer who shot dead a woman in Minneapolis. He said that she tried to ram him with her car and he opened fire in self-defense. But it's a version of events strongly contested by outraged community leaders. Let's go straight to our US correspondent, Martha Kellner, in Minneapolis. And Martha, much speculation and comment on this story. What are the facts?
Yeah, I'm here at the very site where just yesterday Renee Nicole Good's car crashed after she was shot dead by an ICE immigration officer. And this is really the focal point for the sadness and the anger of this community. People have been coming throughout the day, all colours, all ages, to pay tribute to her, laying flowers, candles, teddy bears here. There's a heavy smell of sage, people burning sage here too. And some of the people who live in the houses surrounding this site have been telling me their story of what they witnessed yesterday.